So friends, I'm just going to get started. I know some folks are joining us online. The film that we have that we're going to show, we will be live streaming, and but we're going to do a close camera angle. So don't worry, we're not streaming your food consumption here. The film that we're going to show in just a minute is on the Green Amendment, and it's part 2 of a, to suggest the obvious, 2-part series that's an hour long that you can get on PBS. And then we are going to have a guest speaker with us, Maya Van Rossum, who will be here doing a question and answer period, and we'll be able to have some conversation about the Green Amendment. We chose part 2 because it really does focus in on New Jersey, so I think it's very helpful to us in terms of concrete action here. In case you're wondering what our schedule is for the day and kind of how we're moving throughout, we're going to have the film, and then after the film we'll have the Q&A, just about 30 to 45 minutes of Q&A. Then we're going to have a little break, and we're going to move into an opportunity to do an art build in the sanctuary, and depending upon the weather, we'll be headed outside with the Summit Environmental Commission in order to learn about native planting in this area. Then we will be back here in the sanctuary. We're going to have a panel discussion. We're going to be joined by Matt Smith from Food and Water Watch, Melissa Miles, who is the Executive Director of New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance, and then Beacon's own Kathleen Grant, who is a psychologist and professor, and will talk about also the emotional and psychosocial impacts. And then we will end our day with some discussion groups and breakout sessions to really move into concrete action plans. And that'll be our whole day. We'll probably end just around 5:15. If you need anything at any point, let me know. I'll be moving around. You can also ask Cynthia any questions that you have. Cynthia is my co-planner for the Climate Justice Revival, so I want to thank Cynthia, and I think Nancy Griffith is watching us. Nancy is not in the country right now, but helped plan a lot of this, and so gratitude to Nancy and gratitude to Cynthia for all the work. And with that, we're going to kick off the film so that you can watch and eat. Please help yourself to seconds, and thank you for being here.
Previously on Here's the Story.
People in Pennsylvania woke up to the fact that they've been raped by the coal companies and steel companies. Their landscape, their environment had been ravished and exploited bitterly. They kind of like a sleeping giant. The people woke up and said, enough is enough.
You got the largest law firms hired by big companies trying to literally obliterate families.
The right to pure water, clean air, and a healthy environment are inherent and indefeasible rights. These are rights that don't just belong to the people here today, but they belong to all the future generations yet to come.
Our whole world is our environment.
Are you concerned about the environment?
Very much, yes.
We are having to do the work of continuing to hold that industry accountable for their insults and assaults on the environment and on communities.
We looked at it and we looked at our Constitution. We said, you got to go back and do it right.
Court had given life to the Environmental Rights Amendment for the first time. So it was it was very exciting.
I think I felt it for a moment. And then it was really like, okay, now what do we do with this?
You know, in the state of Pennsylvania, they actually have a Green Amendment that ensures that Pennsylvania residents are entitled to clean air, clean water, and a healthy environment. What do you think about that as an idea?
It's a good idea.
We're all beings. We all live on this planet together. Now we can either sit back and ignore that fact and let the world crash and burn, or we can do something about it and live together peacefully.
And what's your message to people your age about the environment?
You have a voice. You might be young, but you still have opinion. You could be
in elementary school, you used to have opinion, middle school, high school, it doesn't matter. You can always do stuff, maybe not run a whole movement, but you can do little things in your town and don't ever think that you can't do anything.
Even if you're like a teenager or younger, you can still make a difference. You just need to try.
You have a voice, you can talk about it, and you should share it. You should use it. You can be loud if you want to.
Well, I think they represent the younger generations, and they're arguing quite persuasively that this is a matter for future generations. And we, as a senior citizens, and I can say that better than you two can, as senior citizens, we've got to look to our kids and our grandkids. And they're making a very valid point. When we passed the environmental amendment in 1971, the coal companies and the railroad companies and the steel companies had pretty well done their damage. And the legislature was reacting to what happened in the past. But with climate change, we can't wait for it to be complete. We got to stop it in mid-flight, so to speak. So we can't wait till this is over. It's a real imperative to act now. Now, an environmental amendment isn't going to do it by itself, but if it becomes part of a constitution, everybody taking public office under that constitution has to swear to uphold it. And that means whether it's in Canada or California or Pennsylvania, if you're sworn into office, you've got to swear to uphold the Constitution. This will be part of it. That'll give people another reason, adequate reason to go after their legislators and state and public officials to carry out this and stop climate change and save the planet.
The Green Amendment is not only right and just, it's timely. It came in Pennsylvania some time ago, but it's hopefully going to be coming to other states soon. And when I say timely, because it is consistent with and cohesive to the ongoing problems we're having with an energy transition and climate change. You can't talk about those essential elements of the Green Amendment, clean air, clean water, healthy environment, stable climate. You're talking about climate change, and therefore you're talking about energy and the energy transition. So it's absolutely timely that this should be happening right now.
You know, the beauty of a Green Amendment is that when people hear about the concept, they are very quickly like, oh my gosh, absolutely. And when I go to other states, they're very quickly like, how do we make this happen here? What do we have to do next? It really is inspiring people to want to get this highest level of constitutional protection and recognition for their environmental rights. And so we have Green Amendment efforts advancing across the nation, with each effort at a different stage. But every state that is learning about the Green Amendment is inspired by the power and importance of this approach.
We are the densest state in America. So the question I always ask myself when I say that is, would I care about it if we weren't? And the answer is yes. But it is literally existential for New Jersey. So it's right at the core of, in many respects, why people choose to live here, whether that means they stay here to bring their families up or they come here from other places. So I don't view it as optional. I think in an otherwise static environment, I would also be pro-environment in supporting the whole range of things that we're pursuing. But there's an intensity, I think, in our agenda because of that density, because of the fact we've got legacy issues on top of that. Enormous amount of commuting that goes with that density. Our location, which I wouldn't change for anything, but comes with it a lot of environmental challenges.
The people of New Jersey value the environments that they have. The people of New Jersey also recognize that their environment in many places, in many ways, has been seriously degraded and taken from the people of New Jersey, that their healthy rivers, that their forests, that their healthy plant and animal populations have been decimated in ways that it is actually taking these things from the people of New Jersey, right? The natural resources belong to the people of New Jersey, and the people of New Jersey are losing them to pollution and degradation because of the ways the laws are written and implemented in the state. And then again, we also have legislators and regulators and the people of New Jersey view themselves as environmental protection leaders and have strived over many years to truly be on the cutting edge of a number of critically important environmental protection laws and actions and activities and decisions. And so when you roll all of that together, New Jersey is absolutely an important place to come to try to spark and advance the modern day Green Amendment movement, because the people of New Jersey and the legislators of New Jersey have every reason to want, to need, and to have a New Jersey Green Amendment.
My mother passed, so I came back to Trenton to live, and I could not stand the area because of it had gone down from the time when I was raised in that area. We have a lot of beauty in this community, in the community of Trenton, but it's overshadowed by a lot of the blight and a lot of the dumping. And if we didn't have the blight, we probably wouldn't have the dumping.
Environment has always taken a back seat when it comes to local funding issues. So we want to clean up the city, we want to take care of our parks, and we want to clean our waterways and make sure that it's a real fun, livable city for the next 100 years.
So Paulsboro is a small town that's surrounded by industry. Over 100 years ago, refineries were built around here. And as you know, the Delaware River is a huge import-export area for the various fossil fuels, mainly oil. The Paulsboro refinery is still operating here. There's also tank farms that feed pipelines, and there's also manufacturing of chemicals. And as a result, this town, which is sandwiched in between this industrial activity, has been impacted greatly and disproportionately by the pollution from these facilities.
If you don't have knowledge, you're subject to be exploited, dominated, and this is what happens. This is what happens in the inner cities in the state of New Jersey. They've been taken over by the politicians for their nefarious purposes, not, for the interests of the people, for their own personal interests. But it's our tax dollars that are being used, and then people don't know. If you don't have watchdogs in your city, to monitor what's going on, they'll do whatever they want, whether it's legal or illegal.
Right.
See, what people don't understand is that not everything that happens, every law is enforced by the government. There has a lot of the laws there has to be a plaintiff because it's in the civil. Mm-hmm. It's like in the realm of civil law. So if you don't have a plaintiff to come forth and file the lawsuit, nothing's changing, even though it's illegal.
Local advocates were concerned about the possibility of the development of a jet port, similar to JFK. This area remained undeveloped for quite a period of time and had quite the expansive area to accommodate a jet port. but recognizing the unique ecology, the history, the water supply needed to sustain the residents that were originally here, that it would be a complete devastation to the area. So fortunately, there were enough concerned citizens that took the issue up with the governor at the time, which was Brendan Byrne, and he also recognized the importance, was taken on a trip to the Pinelands by John McPhee, who's the author of the book, The Pine Barrens, and realized how unique and special it was in comparison to the other ecology in New Jersey, let alone regionally. And as a result of that, the governor at the time issued a moratorium on all development in the Pinelands that gave him enough time to work with other elected officials, not only at the local level, but also at the federal level, in order to get both federal and state protections for the area. The Pinelands somehow had just remained this isolated wilderness in the vast region of development along the East Coast. But it wasn't until some local company or national company said, oh, this looks like an ideal location, that got people working to protect that area, you know, taking it for granted, as we all do, that a place is going to remain pristine and untouched for years to come. But as we know, that's not the case.
A green amendment becomes a powerful force to help support and bolster and strengthen the environmental justice movement in a transformational, fundamental way. What a green amendment does is it levels the playing field, because it makes very clear to everybody that all people, regardless of the color of their skin, regardless of their income level, regardless of their history, regardless of where they live, where they come from, that we all have the same right to pure water, clean air, a stable climate, and a healthy environment, and that every government official at every level of government is duty-bound to protect the environmental rights of all people equitably, including future generations.
I mean, environmental justice, it has been and will continue to be a hallmark of our broader environmental agenda without question. And you mentioned Camden, right here in Trenton, Patterson, Elizabeth, the big communities, particularly those with an industrial legacy. The one that I use as the example most often is Newark, particularly in the wards in Newark that are adjacent to or closest to the ports. And you've got that enormous truck traffic in and out of the ports. And you look at the rate of childhood asthma in those wards that abut the ports, and they're multiples of the rest of New Jersey or the rest of America. And again, I think too infrequently, and I'm all for this, big oceans and big lakes and big vistas which need to be preserved and respected and protected, absolutely. But too often we leave those communities, the communities which are invariably communities of color, behind. And we are committed to not do that, whether it's community solar, whether it's tackling the CO2 emissions out of those trucks in and out of the ports, whatever it might be, we want to be just as committed to the environment in an urban community as we are in the great vistas of our state.
What's your reaction to the idea of a green amendment being passed in the state of New Jersey right now, today, modern times, and what that could mean for a community like Paulsboro suffering from PFAS contamination or any of these other contaminants that we're, seeing around us right now?
What it could mean is justice. It means justice for this community. There's no way to get to what we need in terms of a level playing field. Justice for all people, no matter where they live, what their income is, no matter what their background is. We need justice for everybody in every community, and we're not going to get there unless it's recognized by the state through the Green Amendment.
Why don't we have it now? We need it now. We needed it yesterday. Yeah, it's something that we need. Yeah, absolutely. Without question.
It's the ultimate protection. That's the ultimate. You know, you can have municipal regulations, you can have state regulations, but the ultimate is embedded in the Constitution of the state or the federal Constitution. That guarantees everyone the same protections, the same rights. Clean water, clean air, land, uncontaminated land, all of those things should be guaranteed in the Constitution. Absolutely.
We want to let people know that it's not okay to live like that. You know, it's not okay, and you don't have to, and you shouldn't, and don't. You know, so we have to fight these things. We have to fight these things, but we have to teach our community, we have to teach everybody in our community as well that we can't live like this. We can't live like this. It's not acceptable.
Absolutely. A green amendment could have prevented the release of these toxic chemicals to the environment, which then made their way into drinking water and into people's bodies.
The kids in Trenton, they deserve a healthy environment, both clean water and clean air and clean land. It's necessary for Trenton's future. Not only do we want to attract more visitors, but we want to continue people coming into the city and leading productive lives.
The Constitution is our baseline. It's our foundation for the rights of citizens all throughout this country. And in my mind, it's something that no matter who you talk to, recognize the Constitution as the end-all be-all for them. And to add a Green Amendment to that, I think just now protects everyone, not only for their right to property and their right to free speech, but why not have the right to clean air and clean water? You know, we need those a lot more than we need our free speech, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, you know, people don't understand that connection. And having that would just be, in my mind, what we've needed for a long time.
When I think about the environment, I think of like life or happiness or something like that.
You like being outside?
Yeah, I love being outside, especially in the winter.
This is your backyard?
Yep.
What do you do back here?
I don't know. I play with my dog a lot, run around with my dog. Sometimes I'll bring the neighbors over and we'll have like a catch or something like that.
Do you think everyone deserves clean air, clean water, and a healthy environment?
Yes, because without clean air or clean water, we can't reach a next stage of evolution as a species or anything like that, and we're all just going to die off eventually.
What is your message to your own generation?
There's a lot of work to do, but it's good. And again, I think that we get bogged down because we, as a generation, feel like there's so many issues. There's people dealing with trying to help with impoverished communities, helping people of color, trying to support our friends who are in the LGBTQ plus community, trying to push safe reproductive rights for women. Like, there's so many issues for all of us. And for me, and I think for a lot of people, the environment is the big one, because if you don't have a planet to live on, you can't fight for all those other social justice people. So everyone's trying to balance everything, and I think it's really easy to get bogged down, and especially with people making the wrong decisions every day and people not believing in basic facts like climate change. It's so easy to get bogged down and just sit back and go, there's nothing that I can do. I can't solve anything. But even little things, throwing away or recycling that plastic bottle, choosing the reusable bag, and I think it's just remembering that we do have a voice and we do have power as young people, no matter how much other people try to tell us we don't, and that we spend all our time on the internet. We're actually a very educated and powerful group, and I just would hope that people don't get bogged down by all the negative and just always think that at the end of the day there's something good that you can do, small or big, and that all adds up to the big change. And I have no doubt that my generation will be the one to fix everything. So I just don't want people to be negative. I think it's better to always have hope. You can have your bad days, and you go to bed and you wake up and you go, okay, I had my bad day, I'm over it. Now we're going to make change today.
I would hope that policymakers and regulators would think not just as politicians and lawmakers and enforcers, but as parents and grandparents. If you truly do value science, and if you truly do believe what science is saying about the impacts, the negative impacts on the environment, and the profoundly negative impacts on climate change, then if you do not act to mitigate those, you are acting against the welfare and the health of your children and grandchildren, not somebody else's, your own. I'm going to be teaching a course at Cornell this fall, and what I intend to do on the first day of that class, which goes to the heart of this issue of young people and climate change and environmental degradation, I'm going to start the class by showing them a quote that I found online from an anonymous student someplace else, and the quote goes something like this: we students, we are the first generation who will suffer the consequences of climate change, but we're also the last generation who won't be able to do anything by it. I'm going to have to do that again.
It's all right. That's the level of importance of the message. I think we all get it. But
yeah,
take a moment.
I think I told you this, but almost every time when I went out to give talks, it's like preparing for a football game or a basketball game, whatever sport you're in. You know, you're supposed to psych yourself up for the kickoff or the tip-off or whatever. So I did the same thing in class. Every class I ever taught at Cornell, before walking in the class, I'd always think, okay, what's a good way to get myself psyched up for this? I don't want to come across as boring, ordinary. I'm just going through the motions. What can I do to get myself? And so what I would do is open up my cell phone and look at the pictures of my grandkids. That's all it took. Heart rate would go up, and whatever. So what I intend to show my students this fall in the first class is a quote that I found online, anonymous. I don't know who first said it. And it goes like this: we are the first generation who will experience climate change, but we're also the last generation who will be able to do something about it. I want that quote to be inspiring while at the same time pretty heavy. I want students to think about that and react to it. And I suspect that it will scare some of them. But what I'm hoping is that we'll inspire them to do what 4 years of engineering education at Cornell and continuing education after that will do, which is to place those really bright students in positions in the not too distant future where they will be doing significant things to fight against the impacts of climate change. In other words, they will be defending my grandchildren.
The Green Amendment is not going to solve all the environmental problems that we continue to face. What a Green Amendment's going to do is it's going to give us a powerful tool. It's going to give us a powerful tool in the courtroom, in the community rooms, in elections and election decision making, in community organizing and advocacy, in inspiring people to rise up. I mean, You know, we can go back to the civil rights movement. Go back to the civil rights movement. Powerful and important strides have been made through the civil rights movement, through leaders like Martin Luther King and people like Kelly Francis, right? But there's still a lot of work to be done. If we don't demand and defend our rights every single day, they can be taken away from us in an instance. So we have to be constantly vigilant in protecting the rights we have and the strong protections and implementations we've secured through our advocacy, through our litigation, and through our vigilance. But there's also a longer way to go, right? The civil rights movement is not over. We have not achieved all of the civil rights that our communities of color and others need. Same as for the environment. We will always need to be vigilant, and we will always need to do more. But with a constitutional right to a healthy environment, we have taken the strongest legal authority we have in the United States of America, and we have given that authority and that power to the people to protect their rights to a healthy environment. And that is spectacular.
Yeah, let's. So I have exciting news. The speaker that you just saw is here to do some question and answer time and engagement. But I thought while she comes in and kind of settles into the space, since you've been eating, you might want to get more food. You might also want a restroom, which can be found on this floor and one floor above through the glass doors. So while Maya comes in and gets set up, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah. So 5 minutes, beloved. We'll be right back here, okay, for the Q&A. right, I'm just going to introduce you. We're going to go ahead and get started, and hopefully our friends joining us on the live stream can hear us. Except the cable just came up. There we go. Yay! So, as you were introduced to Maya just a moment ago, I always wonder, I mean, you must come into a lot of spaces where you hear yourself on a screen before you're formally introduced. But Maya's the founder of Green Amendments for the Generations. It's a grassroots nonprofit organization that is really fueling an incredible effort to pass the Green Amendment. And we are so grateful for your presence here with us today, for all of the information that I know you will share with us, and most importantly, the actions that we can take here and now.
Thank you, thank you. And it's so nice of you all to be here. I really super appreciate it. And I need that photo because my daughter will say I wasn't here unless I have a picture of it. So you're very kind. So if at some point you can send me a photo, that would be awesome. So great. So I just have a few slides just to show you what the language is here in the state of New Jersey, to talk about the state of the movement. And I have that kind of as backup in case you have nothing to ask of me, in which case then I have something to share with you. But I thought maybe we could start, if you did have any initial questions. I'm not really sure what the right order is, so I can show you what I have, or if you have any burning questions, I'd be happy to answer them right off the bat first. Yes? Yes, there is a part one. Oh, I'm glad you asked that question because I had that thought as well. And as I was driving up here, I thought, does part two have a little bit of an intro from part one? And I couldn't remember. Pardon? Did it have a little bit? A little bit, yeah. So if you go to the organization's website, forthegenerations.org, you can also go to greenamendment.org. It all takes you to the same place. There's a tab up at the top, which I think it says Green Amendment Films or something, and their part one is there. Part one is actually the first piece that was done by Steve Rogers, and he did it for his show that he does on WHYY called Traveling New Jersey, something really cool. And then after he did that and it aired, it looked so beautiful, and then we collaboratively decided to do a few more, and we did New Jersey, and we were going to do other states, but it costs a lot of money and time, so we sort of did a little bit and stopped after New Jersey, did a little bit of stuff in New Mexico, but none of them quite came together as parts 1 and 2 did. So yeah, so if you just go there, it's up there and you can watch it. There's also some additional interviews with Senator Franklin Curry, who is actually the crafter of the Pennsylvania Amendment, and Dr. Ingraffia, who you saw speak at the end, who's so compelling, as well as a Pennsylvania Supreme Court Chief Justice, who's a critical part of the story. Like, you literally, I think with the New Jersey Amendment, you came into the story halfway through. So now that it occurs to me, you actually didn't hear the beginning. So we'll see if that comes out in questions or not. Yes? Oh, see, there you go. Look at that. You should go watch part 1. No. So, great question. So, as you may or may not know, I'm also the Delaware Riverkeeper. And for the last 30 years, I've had the honor of serving as the Delaware Riverkeeper and leader of the 4-state advocacy and litigation organization, the Delaware Riverkeeper Network. And amongst the things that we have done over the years is to fight against fracking and the proliferation of fossil fuels. And one of the early efforts in terms of fracking, not in terms of Delaware Riverkeeper Network, but fracking came to Pennsylvania around the mid-2000s and really started to proliferate very, very fast. And at the Delaware Riverkeeper Network, we spearheaded the effort that prevented fracking from ever happening anywhere within the boundaries of the Delaware River watershed. We got a moratorium early. We had it took years to turn the moratorium into a ban, but there is no fracking in the watershed because of the Delaware Riverkeeper Network. So. But outside, right, when you look at the Delaware River watershed, Pennsylvania is only like, a quarter of the state on this side. There's a whole other mass amount of Pennsylvania where fracking has been allowed to proliferate. And in about 2012, while fracking was advancing very quickly, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, really having devastating ramifications for Pennsylvania's environment and communities, the frackers wanted to find a way to make it easier for themselves. And so in 2012, they literally wrote for themselves, the industry, a piece of legislation that the Pennsylvania legislators signed, and the governor, or that the Pennsylvania legislators passed, and the governor signed, and that went into operation in 2012, and it was called Act 13. Now, Act 13 did many, 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 many bad things. But amongst the things that Act 13 did for the fracking industry, just by way of example, was that it mandated that drilling and fracking operations be allowed to happen in every part of every community in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, including fracking well pads as close as 300 feet from people's homes. It put in place an automatic waiver from even the minimal environmental protection standards that would apply to the fracking industry and that applied to every other industry. It put in place an automatic waiver for the frackers. It alleviated the frackers of the obligation to notify those on private drinking water wells that their drinking water had become potentially contaminated by nearby fracking operations, and a whole lot more, right? So fracking was having devastating consequences for the people and the environments of Pennsylvania, but it was about to get exponentially worse if Act 13 was allowed to go into play. So at the Delaware Riverkeeper Network, even though we were having great success in protecting our river and watershed, I have the belief, and therefore my organization has the belief, that fracking anywhere is bad for all of us everywhere. So what do? We had to take on Act 13. But the thing is, how do you take on a law that's been passed by the legislature and signed by the governor? For the most part, right, most of the time you can protest. You can try to get the legislators to roll back the law or change the law. None of these things were going to have an effect because Act 13 had just been passed. But we thought about it. We thought about our legal strategy, and we recognized that actually in Pennsylvania's Constitution, added to the Constitution decades before, in 1971, was this constitutional right of the people in the Declaration of Rights section of the Constitution that recognized the right of all Pennsylvanians to pure water, clean air, and a healthy environment, and created a duty on all government officials to protect the natural resources of the state for present and future generations. Now, the problem is that language, almost as soon as it was added to the Constitution, was robbed of all of its legal strength by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, who declared it to just be a statement of policy. But we thought, right, that I and my legal team, that, maybe this Act 13 was such an egregious overreach that we could get the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to reconsider that 42 years of bad precedent. And the long and the short of it is we did. And in 2013, we defeated those provisions of Act 13. But more than that, because the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned the provisions of Act 13 that we were challenging because they would violate the constitutional rights of the people of Pennsylvania and the duties of the government officials to protect the state's natural resources generationally, we literally breathed legal life into that long-ignored Pennsylvania amendment. And so I looked at it like what made that? Why were we able to be so successful? And I looked at the Pennsylvania's language, and I identified all the things that made it so powerful. And then I looked at every state constitution across the nation, and I found that only one other state had something similar, and that was Montana. And I decided that that should change. And so in 2014, I just embarked upon my journey of trying to convince everybody everywhere to pass what I now call a green amendment. So that is the start in the journey. So, yeah. It does. It does. I think that, so really the question is, if you care about the environment, how do you learn more and how do you get involved? I think is, and how do you know how to get involved? Yeah. So the thing is when it comes to the environment, right, there are many, many issues, right? And it's really hard for any of us, including somebody like me, who does this 24/7, to know everything about everything, right? So what I really encourage people to do when you're starting on your environmental journey is identify that part of the environment that most resonates with you. Is it water? Is it air? Is it climate? Is it wildlife? Is it plants? Like, what is the thing about the environment that when you hear about it, you want to know more, you get excited? And then go online and find the organization that's part of your community that's doing something about that issue, or that's within your state and doing something about that issue. And it really is, type in pollution, water, New Jersey, and then whatever city or town you live in, and see what comes up. And just start your journey by getting connected with one organization working on an issue that resonates with you. Get involved, see what they encourage you to do, see what they encourage you to learn about, and dive in deeply. And if you start your journey that way, you will naturally travel the path that's best for you and find somebody like me that maybe is doing something bigger that connects with that local thing that you want to do. So I think that that's the way to start the journey and to figure it out. That big business, yes, big businesses invest very, very heavy in lobbying, lobbyists, and lawyers to not just minimize the issue, but to falsely characterize something that's a big problem as not being a problem. Or, in the case of the Green Amendment, the way our industry opposition works is they try to characterize the Green Amendment as having really the opposite, or having devastating implications for your life. And so they say, if a Green Amendment passes in the state of New Jersey, there will be no economic development, there will be no jobs, you will not be able to mow your lawn without your neighbor complaining, your dog will not be able to go and poop on somebody else's property because you'll be held constitutionally liable, and there will be no clean energy. That a Green Amendment will stop the advancement of clean energy in order to address the climate crisis, right? So they falsely characterize it. So they come at it from a variety of directions, but they have lots of money to do it, and they sure as heck have a lot more money than me. And that's why when it comes to the Green Amendment movement or any movement, people power is so important, because we may not have the money, but we have the passion that they don't have, and we have the truth. Yeah.
So first a comment and then a question.
Sure.
Comment about the video.
Yeah.
I lived in Paulsboro briefly. I worked in Trenton. I worked in Camden. I know how bad it is there. But I was born in Newark. I know where the Superfund sites are in the state of New Jersey, but primarily in the I-95 corridor, which is primarily the northern part of the state. It exits the state before it even reaches Trenton. That video ignores the worst of the impacts
The concern about the film is that the film doesn't address other important environmental issues in the state of New Jersey. And certainly respect and appreciate that there are many, many important issues to the state of New Jersey. And I will tell you that if we focus one of the topics of the film was all of the toxic contamination in northern New Jersey and ignored Paulsboro, the people of Paulsboro would probably have the same concern you do, right? Why are you ignoring us? And the reality of the film is not intended as a film to highlight all of the environmental ills of the state of New Jersey. That's not the goal of the film. The goal of the film is really just to use some examples to express how our current system of environmental laws in New Jersey and nationwide fundamentally fails us. And so it's literally impossible for us to address every issue and to do justice to every issue that needed to be addressed, right? And so I respect and appreciate your concern that we didn't address all issues, but it was literally impossible, and that wasn't our goal. The goal was to highlight a pathway forward for all issues. And the other reality is, I'm just going to bring it back to it. When it comes to the Green Amendment movement, I'm going to be really, really frank with you. The Green Amendment movement for 10 years has had very, very little funding. I can get hardly anything from foundations. And so while I'm up against those big businesses, I don't have financial support. And I'm going across the nation, and literally, most of what gets paid for by the Green Amendment movement gets paid for by my husband's side pool business. Okay? So that film, that part 2, we largely paid for personally, and I didn't have the resources to do everything. So I'm just being real honest with you. That's what, and I don't know why, this is the most powerful transformational pathway for environmental protection that gives the most lasting legacy for all people and all generations. The foundations know it, they talk about it, but they won't fund it. That's part of my reality. So I get a lot of criticisms for not doing enough, but I can't possibly do more with what I have. That's number one. Number 2, in terms of the municipalities, so the Green Amendment movement in every state is grassroots. So I go and I help the grassroots organizations and communities of that state craft their language, craft their strategy, implement their strategy, and then I sort of serve as the expert that can come in the room to take on the testimony. Like if you go on to njgreenamendment.org, that's the website for the New Jersey Green Amendment, you'll see Senator Smith called me up spontaneously and wanted me to debate the industry at one of only 2 hearings held since 2017 on the proposal of the Green Amendment. And you'll hear how I sort of step up and take on that role of being the expert to challenge the industry false information campaign. But what that means is that what is happening in New Jersey, in any state with the Green Amendment movement, is being designed and driven by the people who are engaged. And so one aspect of the work of the New Jersey Green Amendment effort is to, when a person wants to approach their local town council to ask for support, then we help support them in doing that, whether it's a student, an adult, whomever it is, right? And so the campaign for securing municipal support is self-selected by community members in New Jersey. So it's not that all the municipalities of New Jersey have been asked, and then very few have stepped up and agreed. The fact of the matter is, most of the municipalities that have been asked to pass a resolution over the years have actually done so. I would think there's maybe 2 or 3 that have not, but there's only about a dozen or so that have been asked. So that's where you see that, and that's why the number is so low. Now, on the resources page at njgreenamendment.org, I think that we have most, if not all, of the resolutions that have been passed over the years are listed there. So you can see the municipalities that have passed something. The other thing to know about New Jersey is the New Jersey actually was the first state in the modern era to propose advancing a Green Amendment since I founded the movement. Number 1. But Well, yeah, but while New Jersey, then within a year, there was the first hearing, and the Green Amendment passed out by a bipartisan supermajority out of the Senate Environment and Energy Committee. Nothing happened thereafter until last spring when we got a hearing again, and that's what I refer to. You can see the debate on the website. So we've had a real challenge in New Jersey getting the New Jersey legislators to put the amendment up for hearings so they can give the people of New Jersey an opportunity to testify, and then they can be held accountable to vote. So there have been years of not much happening, and when you have years of not much happening on this issue, but there are other really important issues like the EJ bill, that in those intervening years came forth and came to the forefront. And a lot of people put a lot of energy in that. And there was a lot of intentional thought to say, well, we don't want to compete with the environmental justice legislation that's going forward because that's so important. So intentionally step back. And that's part of that's just my personal belief system. We don't want to compete with any other good works. We want to be a complement and value added. But so that means that during those years, right, all the energy that was intentionally being focused on other good works. And if you don't have something really active going on, then you're not going to have a lot of municipalities jumping up.
I will have to speak directly to our borough clerk, because what she has told members of the council is that she has found that that's not the case, that towns have said no or just haven't moved forward. So I think there's a little bit of telephone tag going on there, and
Or misinformation.
I'll jump over until we get some more direct
Yeah.
information.
Yeah. And and the thing is, if there's going to be another presentation before the municipality and there are questions, thoughts, concerns about the amendment, and I can make it work for my schedule, then I can show up and, take that on. And the other thing is, I think, and I'm going to be perfectly frank, and I don't think there's anything wrong with saying to government officials, it is very cowardly if you use as your excuse not to take good action on something as powerful as the Green Amendment that's going to protect the environment for all people and all generations to say, well, they didn't do it, so we can't possibly do it, right? I think that shows tremendous cowardice. It's an excuse for people who don't want to act to not act, and I think that that's a real shame. And then in response to that, it's incumbent on the people of that community to get other community members to come out and say to their town council, their supervisor, whatever it's called in your municipality, to say, we expect you to pass this. We don't want you to do what the neighboring municipality or the municipality down south did because they don't represent us. You do, and we want you to pass it. So it's all a people-powered movement.
Really not that sort of thing in our council.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to deliberate a long time before acting.
Yeah.
And that's actually their role.
Yeah.
And I think eventually they will support this. I'm looking for ammunition to move it forward. If you're willing to speak to them, they'll be great.
And the ammunition is about how this makes powerful change for the people in New Jersey. And this could be the town council being part of leaving a legacy for people they will never meet that come here on this earth. And New Jersey has the potential right now to be the 4th state in the nation. The 4th state to pass a Green Amendment. And the 1st state to explicitly mention climate in their Green Amendment. So New Jersey could still be number 1. It just has to get off its duff and get to work. Yeah.
So I just want to give Carol a chance to explain the postcards that we're passing out and what they are. So
Please. Should I get the microphone?
Yeah, that would be great.
There you go.
Fur baby. Who's that fur baby? I know. What's your fur baby's name? What's her name?
This is King Kiri. He's the king of the gnomes. Gnomes protect the earth. We call him Kiri for short. That's incredible. He's also called Vim too, because my son Vim just went off to college and he's
That's one of the. I have a small dog too, and that is the best behaved small dog I've seen in a while.
So we handed out in the room copies of postcards from UU Faith Action, New Jersey. These are just to support the Green Amendment. You'll see you have a package of 5 cards. 2 of them are pre-addressed, one to Nicholas Guattari, one to Craig Coughlin, who are at leadership, and then 3 cards that are blank to send to your local representatives. So to fill them out, you can just put your address there so that they know you're a real person and that you're within their, that they represent you, your name, and then you can sign it. The rest has been pre-filled out. If you need to look up your representatives, UU Faith Action has a great Who's My Representative lookup that you can go on and find. And if you want me to text you the link, I'm happy to do that. Right over here.
Actually, I just slacked it for anybody.
Perfect.
I just sent the New Jersey legislator, website.
Yeah.
You have any questions, let us know.
Oh, you got another one?
Yeah, I can take that back. We'll have competing microphones. I'll put this here. Yeah, so if you sign those cards, it's really powerful and helpful. So, and before I go through my little, and did you have a question still?
Yeah, Garrett Conger, I'm wondering if this is like also piggybacking on our children's trust.
Yeah.
Familiar? And also if this is going to be eventually like a federal bill, amendment to the Constitution, if you could also include some language there reversing Citizens United.
Yeah. So first off about really it's the youth climate litigation, right? So that there's an organizations that for a number of years now have been bringing lawsuits challenging state government and federal government for their failure to act on climate in a way that protects generationally, and then seeking mandates that would require state governments and or the federal government to proactively address the climate crisis. So one of the things to know is there's pretty much across the nation, pretty much every state constitution talks about the environment or even talks about environmental rights. But they do so in a way that fundamentally fails to give the quality protection that actually creates an enforceable right of the people to a clean, safe, and healthy environment. For example, the language is not in the Bill of Rights section of the Constitution. Bill of Rights placement, that's where we place all those other essential freedoms we hold dear, the right to free speech, the right to freedom of religion, private property rights, for criminy sakes, the right to bear arms is there, right? And we all know how powerfully those rights are protected because that Bill of Rights placement brings a quality of legal strength to the protection that comes to bear on those rights that are listed there. These other states do not talk about the environment, environmental protection, or environmental rights in that section of the Constitution. So automatically, if you're talking about environmental protection or environmental rights, they are given a different quality of consideration than everything else. That's number one. Number two, those that have language that sounds strong, like people have a right to clean water, they then begin or end that sentence with, and that is our policy. Policy is advice under the law. It is not an enforceable obligation of government officials. So immediately, the sentence has robbed the legal strength of whatever it is, whatever else it's saying. There's no power there. In fact, that's what happened in Pennsylvania. The Supreme Court said that the Pennsylvania, what I now call a Green Amendment, was just a statement of policy. Therefore, it was not enforceable. It didn't change anything. If you complied with state law, even if that state law says clean water is so toxic it gives kids cancer, well, you know what? You've complied with the Constitution because the Constitution's just a policy statement. It's not an enforceable right. So that's part of what we overturned with our legal victory. Or these other states, if they have, even if they have strong language, might say, you know, people have a right to clean water as defined by the legislators of the state. Well, that means that clean water and your rights are entirely defined by your government officials. That's the way it is right now when it comes to water, air, toxins, the whole environment. Legislators are supposed to legislate, right? Just having a constitutional assertion that they have to legislate for environmental protection doesn't give people power, it just strengthens the power of the government officials. And so again, if legislators pass a piece of legislation that clean air is air so filled with contaminants that when you take a breath, you're gonna fall down on the ground with an asthma attack or a heart attack, right? Or get cancer or a neurological disorder. Well, that constitutional entitlement has been fulfilled because it didn't say you, the people, have a right to clean air. It says you have the right to clean air as defined by your legislators. So if your legislators say crap air is clean air, your constitutional obligation has been, or your constitutional entitlement has been fulfilled, but you're no better off, right? So that's the lay of the land when it comes to the Constitution. Only green amendments fulfilling these essential criteria that I have identified lift up environmental rights so they are a true right of the people that is enforceable. And I say all that because when you look at all of that youth climate litigation, state level or federal level, all of those cases have failed. They all fail on the motion to dismiss or some other earlier stage because the court comes back and says, the youth do not have a right to a safe climate. That is not what the constitutional language says. Or the right they have is as defined by the legislature. The legislators have acted. The fact that you don't like how they acted is irrelevant. They acted, and that's all the constitutional says. There is only one state, and I have been saying this for the entire time that litigation has been advancing, that this is what would happen, and it has happened. There is only one state where that youth climate legal action succeeded, and that was in Montana. And remember, I said the only other state that had a green amendment other than Pennsylvania at the time I founded the movement was Montana. So their legal challenge was grounded in the foundation of a green amendment, and that's why that challenge succeeded. And all the others have failed. You might hear about the Hawaii case. Hawaii does not have a green amendment. In fact, there's a green amendment proposal. Hawaii is one of those states with language that looks great, sounds great on its face, but says as defined by the legislators of the state. So, and that is how it has been interpreted and applied in every context where it's been used. So in the youth climate case in Hawaii, there was a victory, and it was an important victory that was achieved through settlement. That case did not go to court. If it had gone to court, I question whether or not it could have been victorious the way it was laid out because it was grounded in that problematic language.
So do you think the Green Amendment provides a bedrock for something like our Children's Trust to succeed from?
Yes. And I think that's been proven, and I've been advocating that for years. It's been proven in the Montana case. Is this being recorded?
No, it's being live.
Okay, good. So, well, I'm just going to say this. So, I have tried for years to reach out to them and to say, let's partner up. These movements, what you're doing is powerful and important. What I'm doing is powerful and important, and they're complementary, and they build upon one another. And we should collaborate. And every time I get asked by a reporter or anybody about what they're doing, I will tell you that it's powerful and it's important for a variety. Even though those cases haven't won, that's not half the point. Half the point is the argument. But they could be more successful if we were to team up and the Green Amendment movement goes forth, gets the constitutional language, they support and then as soon as it's secured, they litigate based on it. But unfortunately, their leadership has no interest in, and in fact, if anytime a reporter asks them about a Green Amendment, their language is less than kind.
Do you know why that is?
No. No, and I'm not going to, people have their own things going on. And that's why I asked if it was being recorded, because I don't want this to sort of go that I'm talking to you because you asked an important question. I think that there's great synergy, and it has been a disappointment to me. But I have experienced throughout the entirety of my career as the Delaware Riverkeeper, there are many, many other organizations who have different priorities than what it seems, and you don't know what they are, and I don't know if they're good or bad. I don't know, but they make organizations not want to partner up, or sometimes they make organizations undermine one another. I mean, I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but but I can't dig into what somebody else's mentality is, so I just don't. I believe there's tremendous power, and it's been proven by the Held v. Montana case and the other cases. If they have other victories based on language that's not Green Amendment language, that'll be awesome. it will not negate the need for a green amendment, because that victory will be in a certain slice of context. And a green amendment addresses all environmental issues, all people, all generations. So it'll still be power up. So I hope that they get, I love victory. A victory for one is a victory for all. But I think that there's a greater likelihood of victory. And it's been proven when you have green amendments. Because if you look at the Alaska case, and if you look at the Oregon case, and if you look at the Virginia case, and if you look at I think there's a Utah case, there's a whole boatload of them. There's the Juliana case. The Juliana case, which is the federal case, again, it's a demonstration if there had been constitutional federal language. Now, in terms of adding a different concept, which is sort of what you're asking for in terms of a federal green amendment, I will consider anything, and when we get to that moment, I'll consider it. But I think one of the things that's so powerful about a green amendment is it really is focused on the environment and not negating something else, but in a purely positive way, empowering the people through not the creation of a right, because we all have an inalienable human right to a clean, safe, and healthy environment, but powering it with constitutional recognition. And that is one of the strengths of the Green Amendment approach. And if we start layering on other stuff, then we don't just create confusion, but we actually undermine the power of the amendment.
Well, even though you didn't pair up, you still are doing a bomb job.
Thanks. So I just saw one other question, and then I just want you to see what New Jersey's language actually is. Oh, and I think I actually have it in my box. I have to pull it out. But we'll just skip through all this stuff. So one thing I do, so since the founding of the Green Amendment, right, we have passed a New York Amendment. The New York Amendment's it's not the gold standard of language. And I, tried to get the legislative champions to do more. That it was early on in the movement, and they wanted to do their 11-word approach. So it got us what we needed, or should have gotten us what we needed. So we and other environmental organizations supported it. But the limitations of less language are now, the challenges that come with that are now are being borne out in the legal actions that are advancing. But they still do have the amendment. The people of New York, in the Bill of Rights section of the Constitution, have a right to clean water and air and a healthful environment. But this is the state of the movement now. All the states in light green are where Green Amendment language has been proposed. The strength of the movement is different, because like I said, the strength of the movement is dictated by the activists within that state. And they're all at different stages of the process, but in all these states, this is where language has been proposed and is still alive and well. There had been language proposed in Maryland a couple of years, and the activists stepped back, so I took them off the map, right, because I didn't think that was legit. And then the yellow ones are where I'm talking with individuals or activists, and Green Amendment language is anticipated in the near future. In fact, Oregon's will be coming out any day now. So that's where it stands. And I did tell you, right, New Jersey could be number 4, and it could be number 1 for the climate. And here's where New Jersey's language stands right now. Article 1, the Bill of Rights. Every person has a right to a clean and healthy environment, including pure water, clean air, a safe climate, and ecologically healthy habitats, and to the preservation of the natural and scenic qualities of the environment. The state shall not infringe upon these rights. The state's natural resources, among them its waters, air, flora, fauna, climate, and public lands, are the common property of all the people, including both present and future generations. The state shall serve as trustee of these resources and shall conserve and maintain them for the benefit of all people. And then paragraph C is what seems like legalese language, but it is critically important language. The most notable is that the rights in this stated herein are self-executing, meaning you don't have to find a law that speaks to the environmental issue of concern to you for this entitlement to be enforceable. You can turn right to your constitutional right to clean water and challenge some bad government action that's taking place. And also, because it's self-executing, it means if your government passes a bad piece of legislation that you think sacrifices your rights, fails to fulfill their duty to protect natural resources, you, the people, you can grab hold of this language and challenge that bad government action, because this entitlement stands on its own legally and is enforceable in its own right. So that's New Jersey's language. Pardon? Finish what the language says? Oh, yeah. And shall be in addition to any rights conferred by the public trust doctrine or common law. So that was just a recognition that in New Jersey, the legal public trust doctrine has some other legal benefits, and people were concerned that this would be interpreted as overriding that. The truth is this is much, much stronger than that, but that's okay. There's no conflict there, so I was fine with that. Nothing in this paragraph shall abrogate the applicable rules of court that prohibit the filing of frivolous lawsuits. This is a new addition because of nonsensical challenges by industry and the opposition that say, if you pass this legislation, there's going to be a massive onslaught of litigation, and there are going to be all these lawsuits, and most of them are going to be frivolous lawsuits that never should have been made into court, and like the world will end. And the thing is, first off, in Pennsylvania, Montana, and New York, the number of lawsuits that are filed based on the Green Amendment language that make it into court, 3 to 10 a year. So that's not massive. Zero. Frivolous. Thing is, there are lots of limitations on frivolous lawsuits. If you're a lawyer and you file a frivolous lawsuit, you can be subject to sanctions, your reputation goes down the trash, you can lose your law license, right? There are all sorts of prohibitions on pursuing frivolous lawsuits and ramifications for doing so. So lawyers don't lightly do that, not good lawyers, right? So you don't need this language in here, but because it's one of the false points of opposition, we just added it to just say, oh, okay, you're worried about frivolous lawsuits, here, they're prohibited. So it really doesn't really do anything for you. Yeah.
You talked about the importance in fighting bad laws. The other side to this is it gives us the tools to fight for enforcement of good laws that are on the books that aren't enforced, such as tree protection ordinances.
Exactly. This is a foundation for securing good laws. It's a foundation for ensuring the proper interpretation and full enforcement of existing laws. And it's a way to challenge not just bad laws, bad government actions, that there may be a good law, but maybe it's being improperly interpreted. Maybe it's being interpreted a way that is intentionally sacrificing Black and brown communities to higher levels of pollution in order to protect everybody else, right? This constitutional Green Amendment ensures equitable protection to the rights to a clean, safe, and healthy environment for all people. So if you've got that kind of bad interpretation of bad law, good law, you can use the amendment. If you have, in Pennsylvania, we've demonstrated, in New York, it is a point of argument where there are some existing laws that should provide protections for local communities from exposure to toxic contamination or air pollution, and the government has failed to enforce those laws. That failure to enforce is an intentional choice not to act. That can be challenged using Green Amendment language successfully. We demonstrated that in Pennsylvania. Right now, that battle is happening in New York. It's one of the reasons why I lament New York's more limited language. If New York included some of this additional language that I advocate for in other states, the advocates would be better positioned in their legal arguments. I do want you to know, there's no cookie cutter approach to the Green Amendment movement, right? I don't go in and say this is the language for all. Every state is different. Every state is unique. So I intentionally identify essential criteria. I offer model language. I have a step-by-step guide for how you can craft a Green Amendment filled with options. There's no cookie cutter. But there are these essential criteria. And then again, the activism is all crafted by the people. So I did all these things. So Green Amendments for the Generations is a nonprofit organization if you want to join. forthegenerations.org is the website. For every state where we have an active green amendment, I make, at the right point in the journey, I work to get the resources to make a state-specific website that's focused on what's happening in that state and having state-specific resources. So forthegenerations.org is the main organization. njgreenamendment.org is the New Jersey Green Amendment. And of course, there's a book that I wrote, which is about it. And there's a lot about New Jersey in the book. Why? Because I'm the Delaware Riverkeeper, and I work in New Jersey a lot. So anyway, and then up here, I just have some stickers, including a bumper sticker, and just some basic information. But there's lots of other stuff on the website if you want that. Any other questions?
I just think it's awesome what you're doing. I love how you come out to us. I love how you fight for everything. Because I'm being a social worker, I work within rehab, psych hospitals. I do addiction awareness and mental health. Those are very under, cared for communities, and it's just an ongoing fight that does affect everybody with mental health support as opposed to environmental. So I think it's awesome. I really like how you really spoke about how each state has their own needs within their environmental needs, and it's a really cool idea to know that it's not just federal law. I understand. Okay. All right. There you go. All right. Tom, you said yes. Awesome that I would love to think, I think from coming from all different standpoints of advocacy, coming into I asked a question about how you get involved, and some things you think it's a one slap on thing, and I like how you kind of address that each state is a need. You have to kind of adhere to the language to make them both of them involved. I feel like some of these fights seem so big that people feel so overwhelmed to get involved. At the moment you get involved, that's just what you got to do. So I appreciate what you're doing.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. You all brought me out here. You helped support the time and to help create this platform, which is how the movement grows, right? All of us. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I want to bring Cynthia forward to explain what's coming next. And do make sure you get a bumper sticker too. Cynthia, let me get you on mic.
Walk over here and get all these great things. Hi, everyone. Feels so official with the microphone now. So thank you so much, Maya, for coming and for getting us really in tune with what's going on with the movement. And I think our hope and my hope is to know how we can just funnel into those efforts that are already happening, and really with everybody getting together, there's a lot more that can be done, right? So thank you for introducing everything here, and it's really only the continuation of getting things done. So I think at this point we will make sure to, I guess, everybody have their postcards done and everything, and we will move on, transition to our next activity. We have Laura, would you like to stand for a minute? We have Laura Mendenhall over here from the Summit Environmental Commission, and Laura will meet us right over in the is it Haag room? The room right next, or Hague. I'm so sorry, Carolyn Hague, in the Hague room, and we can join Laura for some discussion about native plants, the importance of how we can make a difference in these types of things today, right now, before the huge changes happen that we can continue to work toward as well. There's always little things. There's the micro, the mezzo, the macro work, right? And each of us has some control, some power in those areas to use. So, Laura, we would love to join you. And then if anybody is interested in more kind of arts kind of activity downstairs, the children as well as Jameen and Tuli are working with in developing a banner that can kind of help give us inspiration on what that world looks like that we are striving for. So, yeah, we'll take maybe 5 minutes and meet you all over there. And don't forget to grab your things over here.
Thank you so much. For everyone who's joining us online, just sharing with you that we're going to take a break for our in-person programming. We're going to be planting here and doing an art build. We will resume our online stream at 3 p.m. It's going to be a panel discussion featuring Melissa Miles from New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance, Matt Smith from Food and Water Watch, and Kathleen Grant right here from Beacon. Kathleen is also a psychologist and a professor. And we'll talk about the psychological impacts of the climate crisis and how to keep sustained action. So we will see you back here at 3 p.m.
Yeah,
That's why I
exactly.
just suggested if you all want to do like pretend we're
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Hi, friends on the live stream. We're about to get started. Yeah. And just make sure you're on the mic. And so if we're doing dialogue, whenever you're speaking, make sure you're on the mic, because otherwise we can't, the folks who are on the live stream can't hear anything. So I don't know if you want to, yeah, I don't know if y'all want to share that mic, and then I'll put this one out there. So, Kathy, are you willing to be the keeper of the mic? I can do that. So it's off right now, because I'm going to ask them to do a little bit of an intro, and then
press in. Okay.
you just press up. Yep, there we go. Chris, you probably want to be out here to be able to hear the sound, because you won't be able to hear back here because you're behind the speakers. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I think this works. Great. There's water Michi over there too, if you, yeah. It's beautiful.
super cute. Oh, yeah.
Handmade in India.
Oh my gosh, really? Yeah.
It's beautiful. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to be here, and we'll have more of an intimate discussion, which is a good opportunity for action and kind of the spirit of what we were going to be doing. And Kathy has the mic, so as we get to the portions for dialogue, just make sure whatever you say is said into the mic so that the folks on the live stream can hear us, and we'll go back and forth. So really, I just wanted to ask you, as we begin, to take a couple minutes each to introduce yourself, but then really our first question is, and you can take this in New Jersey, you could take this in the US or globally, but if you had to distill things to 3 priorities right now, right? Maybe it's 3 actions or 3 commitments that you would ask someone who's listening to this today or someone in our circle to take and to make, what would they be? So, Matt, why don't we start with you and give us a brief intro, and thank you again for being with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Smith. I'm the New Jersey Director with Food and Water Watch and Food and Water Action. We are a international nonprofit organization that champions equitable access to clean, affordable drinking water, healthy, sustainably produced foods, and a livable climate future for all. And we're primarily US-based. Here in New Jersey, our office is in New Brunswick, New Jersey, where we have a team of 5 full-time organizers. Nationally, we're about 100 staff. And, really, like, our work is fairly broad-based across the country. We're working to shut down factory farms where factory farms are polluting water and poisoning the land and people's environments. We are working to protect locally controlled democratically owned water systems, both nationally and in New Jersey. And we're taking on the fossil fuel industry head on and working to win a rapid and just transition off of a carbon-based economy to a clean, renewable, energy-based one. And so, you know, our founder, Winona Howder, when she started the organization, really started with this fundamental belief that simply lobbying and doing media and PR work is insufficient to take on the challenges and take on essentially corporate power and win. And what we need to do is invest in organizing our communities so that we can shift the balance of power away from corporations and unaccountable politicians to back to the people. And so that really is central to you know, the work that we do. It really is around investing in community organizing. So here in New Jersey, we are working tirelessly to defeat proposed water privatizations that exploit communities' drinking water sources for profit. Thankfully, we don't have much factory farming at all in the state. But an increasing portion of our work here in New Jersey is around energy issues, fossil fuel issues in particular. And for the last really 6 years in New Jersey, we've been working to defeat a series of major fossil fuel expansion projects that would lock our state into more and more dirty energy, with the worst of impacts falling on low-income, communities of color, poor communities, but really with climate change increasing, affecting everyone across the spectrum. And so, you know, one of the things that I'm particularly excited about is we've had some great successes, right? We're taking on really powerful interests. The utilities and the fossil fuel companies in New Jersey wield a tremendous amount of political power and influence, but we have just in the past year stopped 2 of the 3 major gas-fired power plants that are proposed in our state. A power plant proposed in Woodbridge in the Keesby section, which is an environmental justice community. We defeated, through grassroots organizing, we defeated a proposal by New Jersey Transit to build a major gas-fired power plant in Kearney, another lower income community. And there are still, you know, at least 7 major fossil fuel expansion projects that we're working to defeat. Thankfully, only one of them has gotten fully permitted. The other 6 we're still fighting. And you know, but we've stopped, if we look on a longer time period, we've stopped 2 of the 3 largest major pipeline expansion proposals. We've halted an LNG export to terminal in Gibbstown. And all of that came through successful grassroots organizing in local communities, building broad coalitions, educating the public, and then wielding that in strategic collective action to pressure our key decision makers, namely Governor Murphy, to use his authority to do the right thing. So to take a step back a little bit or expand the lens from just New Jersey, what I would say are you know, a few of the top issues we're facing are the continued expansion of the fossil fuel economy. We now have an industry that, you know, for 40 plus years was denying the science of climate change, spending hundreds of millions of dollars in perpetuating one of the biggest lies, you know, ever told in this country, you know, to deny that science and basically perpetuate their business models and their profits. Now the industry has changed its tune. They'll give lip service to acknowledging climate change, but then they'll claim to have the very solutions needed to solve the crisis. So basically, yes, exactly. So folks are probably familiar with the term greenwashing. This is one of the biggest threats we face now because they're marketing things like renewable natural gas, things like carbon capture and sequestration, right? Both of which would simply prolong and extend their existing infrastructure and business model. They want to keep burning and extracting fossil fuels, but they're using phrases like, but we can achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions, right? or claiming that these technologies that have never worked at scale are the solution that we need to be investing in. Just so happens it aligns with their profits. So, we're fighting, pushing back on that. In fact, tomorrow in Trenton, we are having a major rally and lobby day to support two very good bills, but to oppose two very bad ones. And the bad ones would actually take ratepayer money that we have to spend on our utilities, our heat and electric every month, and it would give that money to the fossil fuel industry to sell us these greenwash solutions that are not going to do anything to fight climate change and are going to keep us hooked on dirty fuels. So that's that's tomorrow actually, and I have a flyer for anyone who's interested. I would say one of the other big issues is, and it's related to the expansion of the fossil fuel economy, it's the explosion of LNG exports, of new petrochemical and plastics facilities, and using gas to fire power plants. And so, my organization, Food and Water Watch, was a leading group in the successful campaigns to ban fracking in New York State. We then did it a year later in Maryland and a year later in Washington State. So we're, deeply committed to taking on the fossil fuel industry at its source and cutting off the supply of fossil fuels, because even if we transition our power needs onto 100% clean renewables, we're exporting close to 50% of all of the gas that we produce. And when you liquefy it, which is you have to super cool this gas in order to liquefy it, load it onto these massive, they call them dragon ships, and send it overseas, the climate impact of that LNG when it's exported is worse than coal. So, we have to make sure that it's not just about getting American households onto clean renewable electricity, but we need to be a leader in transitioning, the world off of our fossil fuel dependency, and that starts by stopping these LNG exports, which, also is a pocketbook issue, right? When we ship half of our gas overseas, we're driving up the prices for consumers here in the States. So, and then the third and last issue I'll mention is just the continued, myth that we can just have an endless growth, economy, right? I look at some of the new industries that are getting a lot of hype right now, like cryptocurrency, like artificial intelligence, and again, the myth is that these things can deliver, value that and innovation that doesn't, necessarily have an environmental impact. But when you look at how these things are doing, the amount of energy that's needed just to run, cryptocurrency or to power artificial intelligence would require like a threefold increase in the amount of energy that we are extracting and producing today, and that's just simply not sustainable. We need to transition off of this, this myth that's like growth is good, and actually figure out how do we live within our means, how do we create abundance in our lives, but not through material possessions, right, but abundance with the quality of time that we have, the abundance in the health of our environments, in our Mother Earth, the quality of our relationships, the time away from work. Like, those are the things that we can grow, but we absolutely need to change the paradigm from this endless growth economy to one that is more of a stable state, because we're a hot, crowded planet at this point, and the planet can only sustain so much, and it's past time for that paradigm shift, and we owe it to future generations to commit to making that change now.
All right, thank you, Matt. Thanks, that's a hard act to follow, yeah. So I want to start off, I'm Kathleen Grant, I'm obviously a member here. I'm also an associate professor with tenure at the College of New Jersey. And I first want to start off by thanking each and every one of you for being here today. And I really want to thank Cynthia and thank Reverend Robin for your leadership in putting this together. You know, this is so important. And, you know, I want to start off a little bit about telling my story and about why this is so important to me. So as all of us, we all have stories about living through perhaps climate-related disaster or seeing the loss of personally important places that maybe I know I've listened to Reverend Robin sort of preach about places that she really loved when she was a girl that are changing. And, you know, I was a new mother. I had a 1-month-old when Hurricane Sandy hit. I lived in a condo in Hoboken, and I watched as the waters came up. It was feet in minutes, right? They filmed the disaster footage for all of the telethons on our block. It took the National Guard 4 days in order to come in and evacuate us. So it was obviously, being a new mother is a challenging time, but then that compounded was really difficult. My first day teaching at TCNJ was Hurricane Ida, and we did not heed any of the warnings as a college. So I was in the basement of the School of Education building, holding the hands of one of my students. She was a Sandy survivor, and Perth Amboy lost her house. She was having a panic attack because she was brought back to that day, and we were just holding hands and rocking a little and trying to breathe, you know. On my first day of teaching, I had to stay down there. I couldn't drive back up home because obviously things were so bad. But most importantly, you know, why I'm doing this is, some of you know, John and Julia, my 2 beautiful children, and I want them to have a chance to fall in love. I want them to have a chance to dream about their future and not be, you know, overwhelmed with the anxiety of what we are leaving for them. So that's what really sort of drives my work. I write a lot about sort of the intersections of youth mental health and the climate crisis. I'm particularly working with educators across New Jersey because New Jersey is the first in the nation to have comprehensive, they could have gone further, but we have something, K-12 climate curriculum standards. So all children are across the curriculum, K-12, are learning about how the climate crisis is impacting them. So my research and contribution to that conversation is, how do we incorporate emotions into those conversations? And how do we know the reality, we know the data, we know the science, we have the lived experiences, but do we stop and really process some of the loss and the grief and the anger and the rage and the hope? And how much is that sort of a part of what fuels us? So, you know, I could talk to you more about my own research. I would love to hear more from you all. But when Reverend Robin sort of asked about what are some of the three things that we can do, the first, I think, is for us to really get in touch with the wide range of feelings that we have around our changing climate, right? And think about them and talk to others and share how we're feeling in this time of great transition, right? Joanna Macy calls it a great turning. And I love that idea of how there can be great hope and possibility, you know, in the future. So first, I think, is to get in touch and ground ourselves with how we feel and not run away from those feelings, and find trusted friends, therapists, you know, spiritual leaders to talk to about how we're feeling during this time. And then next is find our community of people. We can't do this work alone, right? We need to be, you know, hands on each other's backs as we're doing this type of work. So finding our community, and then finally, you know, well, maybe this is 4, talk about climate. It's taboo. It's one of those things, we don't talk about politics, we don't talk about sex, we don't talk about things to our own detriment, right? Not having these conversations. So how do we talk? How do we incorporate that into day-to-day conversation, because part of what I study is how our psychological defense mechanisms are contributing to the crisis. Our denial, our fear, all of these ways that we're repressing instead of feeling, and nothing good is gonna come of that. What comes of that is depression. What comes of that is anxiety. What comes of that is also numbing behaviors, right? We have to take drugs, we have to eat too much, we have to just watch TV, we have to be on our phones, right? So if we feel the feelings, then we don't need to numb the feelings, right? And finally, I would like each of you today to think about an organization or a group that you are willing to maybe commit to for a set amount of time. And the American myth of, sort of, which is so embedded in white supremacy culture, is that we have to be the leader and we are in charge, Some of this is like, when can I just show up and be a pair of hands and make a phone call, or show up in Trenton on a lobby day and just be someone in the movement, right? So, but I encourage each of you to think about, and that could be an organization like Food and Water Watch, that could be a local political action group, that could be, I'm sure some of us are involved, but what does it mean for sustained, engaged effort? And I'd be happy to talk with anyone about maybe what that can look like. I'm a member of Soma Action in my town. I'm the chair of the Environmental Commission in my town. I'm on my university Sustainability Alliance, right? So what are those different places are all of our spheres of influence that we can be a voice at the table? And it's really interesting how much that helps my own climate anxiety, right? And then it also, it's like a positive feedback loop, right? That I'm being part of the change, I'm learning more through the process. So I encourage you all to also get involved.
Thank you, Kathleen. And I want to welcome Melissa Miles forward, and Kathleen, if you'd share the mic, perfectly timed.
Hi, Matt. How are you? Hi, Kathleen. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
So patient.
You're just
Thank you.
No,
I'm sorry,
brilliant.
I was not here on time. If I were, I would make sure the two of you were here and we were down there with you all.
You're right.
But
You're
being
right
that I'm
on
late,
time.
I can't make requests like that. So.
You're right on time.
Thank you.
So we're also streaming, and our cameras are
Awesome.
up there, which is why we're up here, which feels very like
Got you.
hello.
Yes, makes sense.
But we're doing it so that we can reach a larger audience and clip this conversation and put it up on our website for folks to be able to access. So the question that Matt and Kathleen just answered, aside from introducing themselves, so I'll invite you to introduce yourself, is really if you were to say, here are the 3 top priorities. Here are the things that I want someone leaving today with. This is what I would highlight. This is what I would emphasize. So
call to action.
Yeah, exactly. And then I have a couple more questions, and then we're going to go into dialogue after that.
Sweet.
So go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Melissa Miles, and I'm actually a town resident, which is why I look like I just walked out of my house, because I did. I mean, I was really in my Sunday spread, which really means cleaning the house, pretending as if I'm relaxing. But in my mind at least, it was like Zen, bliss. So yeah, so I'm Melissa.
And then Robin called.
I live here. And then, thank goodness, because anyway, it's been a very long week. As you all know, this was NYC Climate Week, and we had tons of partners in from across the country, across the world really. Didn't see nearly everyone. The last thing I did, I thought what was the last piece of my Climate Week, was yesterday in New York City, in the borough of Brooklyn, an organization called Uprose. Anybody ever heard of it? United Puerto Rican Sunset Park. Brooklyn Uprose is one of the oldest, longest standing Black, brown, indigenous matriarchies of EJ and climate justice. Really gave rise to what we practice is like EJ and climate justice around the country. And they, in the rain, had a festival basically bringing attention to the corporate capture of Climate Week, which we Most of us don't think about why would you know? Why would you know that unless you were, in the field? How many of you would say you do some type of climate or environmental justice by a raise of hands? Sorry, I can't see you at home. Come on, if you know, in any of your course of work, your life, are you how about if you're composting? Are you gardening? Are you growing anything? Okay, everyone, if you're, everyone's doing their part, that's great. I'm sure you all use reusable water bottles. You all bring your bag because it's mandated in New Jersey, so everyone's doing, something. So what we do, honestly, is we fight a lot of climate policy. And Matt, I know, we don't know each other very well, but we do, because so much of it is half measures. And this is, I know the conversation is around racial, economic, and I do a lot of that work with Robin. I've learned a lot. I'm on the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. How many of you heard of them? They recently, this law that allows young people to vote in their school board election. So they're supporting a lot of work around housing, and equity and justice and penal system work, and there's so many organizations like these that are intersecting with ours. So wherever you are, you can do this work. Like wherever you are in social justice, that was just one of the many, many examples. So you would connect with people like me if you wanted to do EJ, climate, justice. We have many, many allies. Like I said, we do not work alone. We cannot work alone. My staff is 8 and some. And we do local, regional, statewide, and national policy together with other indigenous, Black-led, Latino, Latinx, white-led, legal, scientific, conservation, energy, buildings, housing, transportation, ports and goods movement. It really goes on. We have a great board. 2 of them are nationally known for doing EJ and climate policy. One of them, Dr. Nikki Sheets, is on the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. I see so many nods. I feel like I'm just talking to folks here, right? So I'll end by sharing some of what I walked away from this climate week with is the power of local communities, listening to indigenous people in this work, and really being able to identify where the real work is, because there are so many intermediaries. And some of them are good and some of them, and there are all these billionaire financiers. And, we have this flood of federal money for what we would consider false solutions, especially taking the lead from both our statewide and national tribal partners. That and not to mention the global south, that the mining of materials, and all of the stuff that has to do with our energy consumption and it's impacting them in a way that cannot be ignored. And then you have the rest of us too. So what are we gonna do? What are we going to do? And I'm gonna leave you all with that question, because I think that's what we have to walk away here with. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. So kind of going along, I mean, you each have named some of the obstacles, right? And some of the challenges. And I think it's increasingly complex by design in terms of engagement. And so I wonder, specifically here in New Jersey, what are some of the hurdles or maybe even misinformation or things that you would caution those of us who want to get engaged about, that you would say, hey, yes, get engaged and watch out for this, or here's how to, I don't love this metaphor, but punch above your weight, right? In terms of impact. So whoever wants to
if
start
you don't
us
mind,
on
I'll
that.
start. I have the mic and then I'll pass it because I have a thought and it'll go. So back to New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. for some good reason, Ryan Haygood, who heads that organization, decided that he wanted to tag me to be one of the directors for the environmental justice work group of their reparations council. And there are all these heavy hitters involved in that, like Khalil Gibran Muhammad is one of the like editors, and Robert Wood Johnson's in on it, and it's like all structured very much on like how we kind of function, much more like, okay, this is how we're gonna do this, and this is, and so of course it's a challenge for us EJ folks who are very all over the place, and there's a whole group of us on that committee, including Dr. Nikki Sheets, Maria Lopez Nunez, who is New Jersey's other appointee to the WEJAC. Anyhow, point just being, that's how we punch above our class, right? By taking those opportunities to interact with whomever, right? So I spent my week talking to funders, talking to partners from the Midwest and the Southeast and tribal lands and, right here in New York. That is how we punch above our class. Like, we build power. I did not make this up. I'm standing on the shoulders of many giants who've only grown over time, to help the rest of us all. So I think that's one of the keys in like, how do we do this, right? Is remembering our past, which we call Sankofa, which is the word in Ghanaian Twi, Akan, which means you have to go back to get what you left, lost, go back and pick it up. And that's how you come forward, 'cause that's the other side.
Beautiful, beautiful. So similarly, I think that we're so isolated and lonely, and we're losing some of our skills too, as Melissa's saying, like organize and be together, right? So I think for those of you who are looking to be more involved, it's talking to people in those organizations, having coffee with them, sharing what your gifts and talents are, saying what your time commitments are, and saying, how can I help? I want to help, right? And I think finding those people, it's hard, and there's not a great roadmap. And I often hear people saying like, okay, so just give me what should I do? And it's a little bit messier than that. It's messier, and we have to stay engaged and know that there's not an easy feel good, I'm going to feel good about myself, right? But it does, sustained effort does create amazing community and connection. So that's one thing. The other thing I want to say is we have to, and I encourage, because I know this community is a community of deep thinkers and deep feelers, so it's also really continuing to question the status quo, right? And we have to have the courage to envision what those new futures are going to be, and we have to be those visionaries. And some of those visionaries, it is looking back and seeing what our ancestors did and calling forth. So really thinking about, spending that time in prayer or meditation or communion or connection, so we can also be those visionaries to say what this future can look like, right?
Number 2.
Yeah. Definitely what Melissa and Kathleen said resonates with me too. I would say one of the biggest challenges that I've encountered is building trusting relationships across very diverse communities who may have, stake in who do have shared stake in some of these issues. I'll use the example of a campaign that is still ongoing. In fact, there's a major public hearing in Newark's Ironbound community on Tuesday night at 5:30, where the state DEP is hearing holding a public hearing on a major gas-fired power plant, what would be the 4th gas plant permitted in Newark's Ironbound community, which, is just, there's no way to say anything other than environmental racism, right? 1 in 4 kids already has asthma.
Exactly.
The community does not have access to the kind of health care that
much of the rest of the state has. They have so many toxic facilities, and here we are in 2024 under what's supposed to be one of the greenest governors in the country. We're proposing yet another power plant in this community. So that's Tuesday at 5:30 at the Portuguese Sports Club for folks who can come and speak out against that project. But when we started off that fight, and campaign, we reached out to the Ironbound Community Corporation, which is the on-the-ground environmental justice group who leads so many of the fights, both in Newark as well as statewide. Melissa actually has roots with ICC before the alliance, and we were starting to show up, but I think sometimes our modus operandum is to show up without intention, right? And to show up and just assume that we're there, we know what to say and do, we have experience working on these issues. And I think one of the lessons learned is we actually have to come and, as Melissa said, listen first, hold space for the local leadership, and work to empower them. And it doesn't mean that we don't have tools and skills that we can bring. We can, but our tools and skills sometimes should be about building up and supporting local leadership and amplifying their voices and making sure that we're not speaking for or over them. And that's, that goes across the board, especially for, national environmental groups like myself, like the one that I work for. A similar but related issue is just, we need to sort of find a way to find the truth in an age of deception and misinformation. And, it's not just the far right. It's not just, our quote unquote opponents on these issues, right? We have, as Melissa said, billionaires who are getting involved in philanthropy, who have co-opted major national environmental groups to the point where these environmental groups, in my estimation, are actually doing more harm than good. They are doing the corporations bidding for them by greenwashing their preferred solutions and not listening to local communities, not following the leadership of Indigenous, Black, Brown, and poor communities who know instinctually what needs to be done because they've been living with these issues on the front lines of these issues for so long. So I think we need to be seeking truth and also, building up alternatives, democratically organized organizations who can bring these issues forward, like the, congregation and community right here. Like this is a perfect example of, the grounds for democratic organizing on these issues that is independent and free from the sort of corporate takeover of so much of, our philanthropic, organization. So it's not to say that there are many organizations who are doing amazing work. I don't want to cast aspersions on all of them, but we do need to do our homework and find out who's funding these groups, what positions are they taking? Let's not just assume that because the Sierra Club is the longest and oldest group in the country that they're always doing good work, right? Like we need to actually seek truth and build up alternatives that are more small d democratic.
Thank you. So that's a good transition to the question that I have, and then I'd like to open it up for some additional questions. I also hear some of the voices of my children, and I'm so glad that they're having some fun. Like, no, really, that's not like a side comment. Like, I'm really saying I'm irritated. It's good to hear their voices and joy. So I'm preface this by saying we're a 501c3, but we are also an engaged 501c3, engaged at all times, including in presidential elections, and we exercise our right to critique policy and the impact of policy, and to hold everyone accountable to our values. And so with that, here's the question. We are in a presidential election year. Hopefully that's not a surprise to anyone. And many organizations are engaged in scenario planning right now to look at what happens if former President Trump were to win, and to look at what happens if Vice President Harris were to win. And so my question for you is, looking at the priorities of the organizations that you're engaged in environmental justice, can you do a little quick scenario run for us? If Trump wins versus if Harris wins, what the work looks like November 6th and forward, with the caveat that we might be in certification hell that I don't believe in for a few months. But what does 2025 look like if Trump wins in terms of the fight, and what does it look like if Harris wins?
Okay, so I'll start first local, right? That plug for Ironbound, thank you. Yes, y'all have been, Food and Water Watch has been deeply engaged. Matt too. A lot of what he said is because he has been working with Ironbound for years. So from the time I got there he was trying to push us sometimes on stuff that we're like, whoa, Matt, we can't be that radical quite yet. You know, we got to bring our community along. So, you know, thank you for holding the line, really. And so, yes, please do look that up, sign up. And I know there are folks at home, so hopefully someone's like vigorously, you know, Googling this stuff and putting the links.
Nancy?
So yes, very important. And we're gonna have to bring everything back to the base. And this I say as Melissa Miles, you know, no reflection on New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance, which also is a C3, but Sue Altman for Congress. Okay, I worked with Sue Altman. I know what she's about. She's about her business, you know, her organization, very respected, the organization she came out of. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that, my opinion. So, yes, now, fast forwarding, so much has been said, great question. For us on the ground, we are under attack now and constantly. And so, we don't have the luxury of, you know, thinking that it's gonna be all roses. Also, you know, there's layers to this, as we all know, and one community's, you know, struggle is all of our struggle. So the type of accountability we have to bring back to government is huge. And so it goes back to co-governance, which really starts at the local level. So folks, let's be, like you all are, involved locally and, you know, try to move out in our concentric circles, because, you know, when you get to, you know, the system that we're in, which kind of reflects as a two-party system, our media, which is very dominated by a few narratives, you know, you have to, what can you know other than what you are here with now? Unfortunately, like we're saying, there's just so much. Yeah, so that, and then the conversations you have. So I'm trying to bring you here conversations I've had, right, with other folks, like rooms I've been in, because so much of what we see through the media now, you know, it's not, I don't want to say it's not reliable because, but yeah, I don't know what to tell you all. There's another thing I don't have an answer for, is how do you know, aside from what you see? And so if you can trust me, then maybe you can trust who I trust. So I think overall, it's going to mean increased vigilance, because like we said, the amount of finance that is coming at this, it forces our hand. So one example, and then I'll pass the mic, is as we advocate for clean energy in the state, there is a big chance that our very own state agencies will end up having to play ball with you know, the finance behind hydrogen, which we just really don't trust. Like, you know, there's most of the hydrogen made in the country is related to the fossil fuel industry. I don't know what to tell you. You want to revive the nuclear in our state? Like, didn't we say no to that already? And it's back because of hydrogen. And then the carbon capture, which is truly horrific. That is going to also get attached to the power plants and keep them alive, and, you know, just keep people lining their pockets with these tech dollars that, you know, this stuff isn't proven. And if anything, we're looking at modeling and studies and what we already know and saying, this could really actually harm us. So what are we gonna do? You know, we have to be on the right side of this stuff, like Matt said. Like, thank you.
All right, this is not my area of expertise, and I really don't have that much to add, so I'll just like ditto what Melissa's saying. But two things that just came up as she was sharing so beautifully is one, we need to do everything in our power in the next 30 however many days until the election, right, to make sure the elections, you know, not just the one at the top of the ticket, but all of the elections are coming out for candidates that are really strong in terms of our environment. So if we're canvassing, if we're talking to our friends in swing states and talking to them about how they can use their voice to convince people to get out and vote, I think we really need to focus on that for the next however many days. So that's number one. And the second thing is, you know, I remember this, you know, moving into adulthood and feeling like, oh wow, like there really aren't that many adults in the room. You know, like, but as I move through sometimes like other spaces in higher education, in local government, whatever, I'm like, there's no adults in this room either, you know? So, but we've acquiesced, right? Our responsibility as citizens engaging in our democratic process, and like, this is where we are. You know, so how do we all sort of take that responsibility back? It's important. Our voices matter. We all have important things to say and can be real leaders in our communities and our spheres of influence. So let's get out there. Let's get out there and at least be eyes in the room and to say, that, or, you know, that doesn't sound right, or ears in the room, right? And build our capacity to be the voices and the leaders in those rooms too.
Thank you.
Robin, does this church have a basement?
Yes.
We might need it because, you know, let's make no mistake what's on the table and what's at stake with this election. We're seeing fascism. We're seeing a far-right movement who is wildly, you know, the militant, you know, supporters for Trump, which is nowhere near a majority of the country, but is not insignificant, support what I would describe as nothing but a dystopic future for this country that is based upon, as it was said, white supremacy. And so we're not going to let that happen. We cannot let that happen. And I think there's two things that we need to do to make sure that that doesn't happen. The first is we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get out the vote for Democrats, and that includes lending our time, going to Eastern Pennsylvania, which is about an hour's drive from here. There are key districts right in and around Allentown that need, you know, everyday people canvassing, making phone calls, writing letters to help turn out the vote. Or it could be canvassing right here in our district because, you know, regardless of what happens at the presidential level, if we lose control of the Senate, which, you know, many pundits are saying could happen, the House could be key to having a hedge on the power of the far right as it, you know, seeks to implement its agenda. So Food and Water Action PAC is endorsing Sue Altman for Congress. We have... I have a flyer here. We're doing volunteer canvas days essentially every weekend between now and the election. We're also getting calls into voters. So if anyone wants to participate, I have flyers that I can share with you. But the second thing we need to do is we need to be ready to contest what is already shaping up to be an attempt to steal the election by the far right. We see what's happening in Georgia with the sort of electoral infrastructure being co-opted by MAGA, you know, Trump-supporting Republicans, requiring things like hand counting all of the electronic ballot votes. All of that is being done to create a delay, right? Because if there is a delay in announcing final vote tallies, that creates uncertainty, and questions, and that is the vacuum that the far right wants in order to be able to come in and try to make their claim for power. We're seeing it in other states across the country with the alternative electors work, like, contesting elections so that the state legislature would go and essentially vote for the president, not the electoral college, traditional mechanisms. So we need to be ready to speak truth to power, and also to get out in the streets between Election Day and Inauguration Day, because especially with this, Supreme Court that is handpicked by the far right, like we just don't have the luxury of letting saying other people have got this. They're watching the shop and going to make sure it works. Like, no, it's on us this time. Like, we have to be the ones out in the streets in mass, making sure that votes are counted and that our democracy and democratic elections are upheld. I would say, lastly, under a Harris victory scenario, which also depends, like, have we retained the Senate and taken back the House in terms of like what we can accomplish. But I will say is, for far too long, we have sort of rested on the laurels of all we need to do is beat Republicans, right? Beat the right, and that's like enough. And if we look at the masses of people in this country who are suffering, who are poor, who are seeing no opportunities in life, who are riddled, their communities are riddled by addiction and violence and systemic poverty, we have to be real with ourselves that Democratic presidents, Democratic Congresses, Democratic-controlled state legislators and governors have implemented the policies that have created those conditions, right? And so we need to go beyond just defeating fascism, which is the first thing that we need to do, but we have to keep going and transform the conditions of this country, the material conditions, the political conditions, so that the fascist threat is defeated in the long run. Because as long as we have the record levels of economic inequality, the deplorable housing and environmental injustices that are taking place, we're going to continue to see the appeal of strong authoritarian type figures who make promises about restoring this country to some era that actually never existed, but that more and more people will believe because of the desperate nature of their own situation. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you. And thank you for naming, because this is something in the organizing that I did with the Poor People's Campaign, for example. We were really conscious not to do like what is sometimes called slash and burn voter reg. So that's where you don't care. You're not acting like you care about the individual before you. You're not acting like you are going to ever see them again, as long as you get them to register to vote for that candidate in that election, and you're out of there. Instead, what we did was relational organizing, which I know each of you has participated in and also led, is that ongoing engagement, because the disengagement is one of the greatest threats to democracy too. And so I hear you lifting up, like, no matter what happens, one, beating fascism or defeating fascism like is a pretty low bar, all things considered, right? Like, it's like, okay, we did that, so we're good. But that there is so much on the local level to stay engaged about, regardless of the outcome of federal elections. Like, it's still going to be there. And so on that point of engagement, I want to invite you all to engage. Kathy's got a mic, and wondering what questions you have or comments or things that you want to lift up as we wrap up our climate justice revival here.
So, right as we walked in, sorry we came in a little late, what I heard was a statement about the unsustainability of continual economic growth. When you're preaching to the choir, we're in a church, so we're going to preach to the choir. It's okay to say that. But when we're talking to people who are centrist, if such people exist, that's going to be alienating. How do we deal with that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, particularly the first part about?
So
I made a comment.
he made a comment right when we walked in about
I don't think we were here
continual
yet. Yeah.
economic growth being unsustainable. And not going to dispute the truth of it, but there's some things that if we discuss, it's going to turn voters away. It's going to turn them towards fascism, because fascism is going to make unrealistic promises that they know are unrealistic because they lie.
I mean, I can start because I made the comment. The first is, you know, obviously it matters who your audience is, right? And so I know the Unitarian community in New Jersey to be one that's very open, that's very accepting of ideas, that may not agree with everything. So I felt like it was a comfortable environment to actually start getting at some of the roots of the problems that we face in this country and globally. But you're absolutely right. Would I walk into a different setting where I don't have any, you know, previous knowledge of the people and start talking about, you know, ending the endless growth economy? It probably wouldn't be the first thing I would start with. But I do think there's a way to message on it positively, which is, you know, when you look at who is capturing all of the wealth from the growth, it's corporations and the wealthiest, you know, 0.02% of the population. And there's the data to back this up. The material living conditions in terms of real wages adjusted for inflation, in terms of wealth, in terms of education and health outcomes, in this country have been flat or declining while we're having historic, you know, GDP growth and, you know, performance of the stock market. So we do need to separate those two things, I think, and talk about, you know, what we don't want to grow is the profits and wealth of those who are exploiting us. What we want to grow is the wealth of people and the abundance of people who don't have what they need to meet their material conditions. Safe and affordable housing, a healthy, livable environment, a good education, healthy foods, clean water, and an economic future. And I think, you know, we can do those things. And the last thing I would say is, do we need to make some trade-offs in order to, you know, have a healthy future on this planet? I believe we do, but I actually look forward to those trade-offs. If it means that I'm getting less single-use plastic items, but I'm working a 35-hour work week and not a 60-hour work week, if it means that I maybe can't fly anywhere in the world at any point, you know, for cheap, just because I want to, but, you know, maybe I have access to universal health care, so I never have to worry about me or my family getting sick. Like these are the kinds of trade-offs that if we prioritized human need and not wealth of the ultra rich and elite, that I think we can talk about ending endless growth economy without saying ending endless growth economy.
That was awesome. Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany. Who doesn't know here, I'm a social worker. If anyone cares about horoscopes, I'm a Taurus, so I'm all about the environment. I am a private nudist at home. Anyway, but no, I'm just very passionate to hear you guys. I love hearing your guys' different perspectives, but still collective mind. I wanted to ask, because I work with mental health and addiction, it's very hard to get people to get excited about more preventative actions as opposed to more management. So I just wanted to know a little bit about how you guys have on different like levels and different environments and different backgrounds with monies and things. What either got you guys into this, or from all your guys' experience of all the advocacy you do, of a starting point to get someone excited, because nobody cares till they care. So more so, was it more so something, God forbid, happened and then they care about environment, or is it more so like something that you guys hear a lot of in the sphere, because I think it's great that, just like mental health, it's going to be a hard road for me to try to figure this out. And I know what I got to, who I have to mentor with and get with. But environment involves everybody. I just think people feel scared to vote or to speak out or to get involved if they feel like, well, it's not really a big thing to me. But I want to know what you guys heard collectively behind the scenes, what like gets people excited, and what I can go back and tell people to get excited about. Thank you.
There's some negotiation on the panel here.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of parts, and to be honest, I don't hold multi-part questions, like, because I see one thing and I like, I have to like turn it around in my head and look at it. But it was a very interesting and complex question. So one piece of it made me think of my personal story is that I started in youth development. My career was always with young people. Love young people, especially high schoolers. If you have classes, young people that need mentoring, I am here. If you're local, even if you're not, maybe, everyone's on the, net now, so.
If I may really quickly say, I know there's so many subsets of environment. Is there something that like pops out? So honestly, I lived in an EJ community. That was it. Like, I had done so many things, but it wasn't until I lived in an EJ community. I had tons of jobs. That was when it was like, oh, this is around me? Oh, wait, hold on. I should care for real? Okay, I'm gonna try. And it was hard. But then, unfortunately, you see people around you start to suffer the effects. And, because it is related to race and wealth, it just means that for me, it's harder to get away from it. And yes, now I live in Summit many, many, many years later, but the effects of that are imprinted onto my body and my children's bodies. So now I can't get out of it, right? It's with me forever. So that's the answer to that question. As for you and how people they care when they care, right? And so it's hard. Like, you had a long question, but ultimately was one thing that came to me, the thing that was most important to me. So if you keep doing that, that may help, right? Like, talking to people until you find the thing that they relate to, and then, build it out from there. Sometimes it's economics. And there are many strong economic ties. You also have to do some research, right? So you go onto websites, and organizations like mine are open. I know Food and Water Watch does a lot of rallying. That's why Matt's going to invite you to get to the streets, because that's one of the things they do best, is actually bring people out for things. So you increase your own interest, and then the willingness to engage with others until you find that common ground.
Kathleen, if I can just edit the question a little for you, because this is something we've talked about. So what about staying engaged? Okay, so I've been passionately engaged in environmental justice, and I'm at a point where I feel like nothing I'm doing is making any difference. I'm maybe a little toasty, not yet burnt, but maybe I'm burnt out too. How do I re-engage, or what are some tools to sustain engagement when you're at that place of feeling hopeless?
Yeah, so I think a lot about process, not just about like the outcome.
Yeah.
And how much through our own individual process, our own internal worlds, we can be sites of change and transformation. So it's all interconnected. I really believe that. So our capitalist culture is going to tell you to keep going, right? When you're feeling burnt out, and it's going to tell you push harder, Robin, right? And we can, actualize that, and we are then cogs in the capitalist wheel, even if it is, something that is ultimately a good thing, right? That we're working towards justice. But I think the more radical act would be the act of self-care and slowing down and internal listening to that still small voice of what's going on, right? Maybe you're not totally called in this moment to continue with this work. Maybe, what is it that you need in this moment? And that's where having a chaplain, right? Having a trusted friend or therapist, or, you know, to process some of that. And also to have people say, like, thank you, right? Thank you for this work that you're doing. It's so important, and we're grateful, and you can take time to rest. And what do you need in this moment, right? So I think how do we come back in a way that's resourced, and we can continue to fight? So I think of it as, right, this is a marathon. So even thinking about what marathoners are gonna do to get through that marathon. We can't think that we can just sprint and burn ourselves out. How do we stay engaged? I don't know if that's...
No, that's very helpful. Thank you. I think we have time for one more question as we...
Does anybody else have a?
Thanks everyone for being here. So just quick note, Matt Smith was the leader of the bus. I was down at my first environmental protest down in DC. So we've been on this for a long time. I'm wondering if you guys had a magic wand and could wave it and get any policy passed today, what would it be? Let's talk about solutions.
I mean, again, in the spirit of digging at the roots, I would say money out of politics, because as long as billionaires are buying their political influence and tilting the scales towards corporate power, it becomes hard for us to accomplish anything. I'm going to cheat, because that was a quick answer, and give my answer to the previous question, which I think that, and I myself have fallen victim to this, is we are so indoctrinated with a scarcity mindset. The corporations are overworking us, keeping us economically insecure, so that really, and our, you know, we're told that like our enjoyment comes from like pleasure and immediate things. So like, you know, I'm just gonna zone out and binge watch a series, or I'm gonna go to the mall and spend some money in my limited time off because I work so much, I have so much stress. Like, this is what makes me happy. And, you know, I just wanna say that if you're doing work, good work, movement work that is burning you out, it might not be that the movement work is bad, but it's not what is needed for you in that moment. So find the work, which could be gardening and planting stuff. It could be organizing a faith-based community. It could be, you know, counseling younger people, mentoring younger people. But the work should expand your capacity to be in this moment and be fully alive as a human being, not shrink it. So finding work that's aligned with your heart will help go from that scarcity to abundance mindset.
Is there time for one more question?
Or if you have a policy, you want to use your wand. Yeah, what would you use your wand for?
I didn't do one, but I'm not a policy person.
Well, you didn't have to be a policy. What would you use your wand to, if not a policy?
Okay, all right, if it's not a policy, yeah. No, what I would do is, like, even building off of Matt's answer, it's helping people get more in touch with these parts of ourselves that we've lost. You know, this interconnection with the earth, interconnection with each other, interconnection across space and time. You know, finding what brings us joy, finding dancing, right? Singing, like our hands in the dirt and the sun on our face. I would have us be able to do that more and disengage with some of the numbing behaviors that we all fall victim to.
Yeah, this is a good one, especially since now it's open, like magic wands.
Yeah.
Whoa. And it's a good one that I feel like has been challenging. So I was a fellow in the New School Tishman Center's EJ Leadership Program. So, you know, one of the main things about that was it was challenging EJ folks from around the country to think more expansively, right? Because we, especially those of us who lead organizations, we get into problem-solving mode really quickly. And it's like, you know, some things are strategic, like campaigns, you know, you think of the arcs, but like the day-to-day is like, okay, get it done. And that, I mean, this is Sunday to Sunday work for me right now, y'all, but what am I gonna do? Like I said, it's actually part of my DNA. So I don't even, but it transforms. And yes, we do get burnt out. And the interconnection with other people is what keeps us going. The laughs, right? So I'm sitting at a table just yesterday. And now, remember, y'all, it was raining, and we're all outdoors. And there are these 4 women from New Mexico who are part of some organizations there that are No False Solutions. New Mexico is their name. So my son had just painted a kite. Now paint in the rain, plastic kite. And he laid it on the table, and I'm sitting here with these new friends, and they're all looking all beautiful and nice, and the kite just flies up and right into my new good friend's face. And it's all in her hair, and it's on her beautiful jacket, and it's bright pink paint, y'all. And it's her and her mom, who I know from some work groups, is also there. And I find out in that moment that that's her mom. And I'm like, oh, and is your mom? And then it's like the leader of this Climate Justice Alliance, which is this big national organization, and like some other folks, and they just burst out laughing. I mean, laugh, minutes and minutes of just fun. And she's having fun, and everyone's laughing. And I'm horrified, right? I'm like trying to find tissues and like, oh my God, wait, get some off your chin. And she got clean, and then she changed her jacket, but the point is the good-naturedness of it all. And these folks are fighting the most extractive economy in the world. Like front lines. Like I know folks living in the Marianas that I've had through that fellowship, spent time with them, and it's like they are still in war conditions, right? Like even though there's no war, but they're like, their home is a military base for the US government. And so, the dumping, the things we know that come, and yet the good-naturedness of, even in the struggle, the deep struggle, these folks work hard, right, to save themselves and their communities from everything from toxic pollution to the impacts of climate change. And so, like that can only happen when there's 2 or 3 or 4, or more. And somehow we gotta spread this good-naturedness to people who really, think that we have to fight. Like I get there's some part of our DNA that tells us like we're danger, stranger danger, right? But like we are facing an existential crisis, and I know it's scary, but like we have to be the ones, we gotta be the adults in the room. Say, come on, I know you're scared. I know, but we're gonna do this together because that's the only way we can do it. You cannot do it alone.
Thank you. No, I think that is a beautiful place to close on, because the spirit of this climate justice revival that our denomination has called us to, so I don't know if y'all know, we have over 350 congregations around the United States who are engaging this weekend in the climate justice revival, and really a lot of the spirit was also reminding folks of the joy in the movement. I mean, I know I've had some of my hardest laughs after some of my most difficult nights, 4 o'clock in the morning, getting out of a North Carolina county jail, and somebody, offering me cold pizza and a hug and shaking the cockroaches off your feet, but you are sustained by that joy that we can only create together. And you find your fuel in that. So thank you for reminding us of the joy. And I hope a little bit of the paint stayed. I hope a little bit of the paint stayed, just as like a little blessing and reminder. And I hope that this joy stays within you far beyond this moment. There's an old song that we sing, this joy, the world didn't give it and the world can't take it away. So whatever your source is for that deeper joy, find it, engage. We'll see Matt in the streets Yeah, all of us. And I know, Melissa, we'll see you in the neighborhood too, because you live local. But staying engaged with the New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance. Kathleen, thank you for reminding us about tending to our spirits and our care. It looks like, Matt, you've got some things you want to make sure we get copies of. Thank you, those joining us online. And I know we have some folks who are even outside of the country right now, but they tuned in to be a part of this weekend. And most importantly, I want to thank Cynthia for all of her incredible work in organizing this.
And all the people from Beacon, really, that have gone before, because now
Yeah.
you know, there's been a Green Earth Ministry before, there's been Green Vespers before, so there's all of these,
Yeah.
you know, I think it's all this interconnectedness, right? And it's like, I don't know why I've been thinking about this, but I just want to say it, because our Riverkeeper was here, the Delaware Riverkeeper, but.
Well, let's make sure we get you on the mic.
So sorry. Okay.
No.
I've had, I was just wanting to thank our Beacon members that have come before the people that are here in this room today, because I think that's part of it, is looking at each generation. You know, there is this force that's going, right, and that fuels us all toward the same. And it kind of reminded me when Maya Van Rossum was here, our Delaware Riverkeeper, of, you know, these estuaries, right, or like these like little tributary rivers. You know, it doesn't matter where you find yourself, like, get on the boat. Let's get on the boat and, like, we'll meet at the big river at the end. You know, it's like, it doesn't matter which way. What do you choose to do today? And then choose to make that choice. You know, make that choice and do it every day. You know, I'm not gonna, whatever. I'm gonna keep my, you know, I'm gonna use my reusable water bottle. Okay, that's the thing I work on to incorporate it into my behavior today. What's the next thing? Okay, I'm gonna sign up for, you know, these great nonprofits that are doing such great work, and I'm gonna sign the petitions that come in the email, and I'm gonna try to go at least, you know, every 2 months, I'm going to go to one of these events. Whatever it is, like, let's just make those lists. And I'd love for us, I think, as the next step, to take our resolution from Beacon, that we know we have this great group of people that care, and, you know, kind of set those concrete goals for ourselves. Absolutely. That we can keep ourselves accountable to. So,
Thank you, Cynthia.
all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.